Hello, Blender folks. Welcome and welcome back to Gnomes. We are continuing the Bone Manager extension or add-on with the workflow of it. Now I've just revised the content from CG Dive recent tutorial on the UI. We're gonna write now. I think I've registered in my mind how this should be made. So it's not super simple, but it needs some gradual updating, unfortunately. But that's well, it's tedious, but it's very simple actually. So we're gonna start making this rig UI with the custom properties as well, so that we'll be building on top of it. So finally I've got a small revision, so now I really know how this should work. So we're not gonna add all the bone collections here. We're gonna just add some stuff to start, to have a starting condition here, right folks? So why this has this color here? Okay, I need to change this. It was red and then suddenly it swapped color. I'm crazy or what? I don't know. Oh no, it was from the other armature object, I guess. No, never mind. Okay, oh yeah, it was being overlapped by another bone with similar. Yeah, so maybe it was coloring it. Alright. Alright, so we need here to get this thing done, to start with this. So we're gonna... I just want the... Yeah, we're gonna make a very simple... Yeah, we're gonna make an equivalent. This is always confusing me. Let's bring this here. Yeah, to be fair, I don't know where to put it, but let's put it here at the bottom, so it's like yeah. I want these bones here indeed. We don't need the environment, it's distracting. Can I change the background color here? This color is background is too boring. It's world, right? Background color, let's get something that's not working. What's going on here? Ah, it's a world thing. We need to custom. Okay, let's here. Let's use it here. Yeah. More relaxing background, right? Here we're gonna just reset to, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Here this is not for rendering. Alright, so here we have, these are exactly the masters for the whole body. Maybe we add something else, so a few more in the end, but so what we need to do here is to, well, this bone, this skeleton here, this armature object is not disrupted, so it has the correct Okay, I'll just doesn't matter. This is the skeleton, is the armature bone data. So we need here to enable this one and start tweaking. So I'm just gonna add this one, and maybe the originals. Yeah, so the original contains the root bone and the custom properties bone. And oh, we haven't made the, yeah, we need the widget for this one. We're gonna make this in a moment. So here what we're gonna do is that Yeah, so oops, what's getting here? We got some lag suddenly. No, no lag. It's just a yeah, it's a small lag, but not critical. So we're gonna add some more options here. Pretty yeah, we need space for this because it occupies space. So there are a lot of this is the numbers. Custom properties, you don't care. Transformation, don't care. Yeah, let's pin this. This should be useful in this process. Yeah, this also makes part of the this one. I don't know what it is. It's probably also from yeah, I know. No, I'm not gonna pin those things. Just the bone collections. Okay, so now we see that we have original and this one. So you can toggle them positions using this. We could rename this. This code is very bad actually because these values, right? Okay, this one has value of 0, this one is value of 1. So this -1, I think they are yeah, there's a bit lag now. I think I understand why the lag it has a native lag, but if something wrong happens, yeah, it's lagging again. But it just a few seconds. Okay, so -1, maybe it's not unexistent, right? Yeah, I see. So 0 is the first. We don't want this to be the first, so we're gonna move it down. No, we want move it. Okay, it's Alt here. There's a Alt left click. Master. Okay, so we're gonna change this to masters. Master, yeah, master. Master skeleton. Maybe. I don't know what is better name, so just we're gonna get the lag is started to but it's a small lag, is not critical here. Yeah, even scrolling wheel sometimes it lags. And the original we call this gonna call this what if I place this in the end like 10? It won't change anything. I think it's not a problem too. So here the 0 for this we call it 1 because maybe there's something before. And here control skeleton will no, it's not, I don't have the control skeleton. I have the original. So this will call like the root and maybe with a more aggressive thing here. So here we could add this one, so this could be 2. It didn't spawn. Yeah, of course we need to enable it. For some reason, okay, it's got 11 for some reason. 2. All right, then we're gonna call it control skeleton. And maybe this is not the best hierarchy here. We could make something. Let's try move this up. Then we're gonna add another one, tweak skeleton, also on 1. We're gonna get this. Okay, just change this. Tweaker or tweak skeleton. Yeah, this skeleton is like bad, right? Too big, right? Then we won't be able to read stuff, right? So Yeah, we're gonna simplify this. We can reduce. What's the name of this? Ah, no, this is a separator. Okay, no, we don't want these separators for the side ones. Okay, gonna save here. We could build for the one on the top. Yeah, we're gonna add so this control could be the 0 actually. Main controllers. So this will could be like no, this is the wrong one. I need because this includes everything, right? So this will be incorrect. We actually don't want this one to appear anywhere. We need a new one actually. It will be something like um, controllers. Or just main controllers, right? I'm gonna change these legs a little. Yeah, I think this color is for now. So this is like a, you know, it's a dedicated one for the, what is this control? We don't want this one. Yeah, it's -1, so why it is here? Okay, it vanished. It has. Okay, so as soon as we add it to here, so it is all about adding it to the rig UI. So it automatically gives itself because it's not here, so it updates to be here, but we don't need that. Main controller, so you need to populate this one with some features and the main controller. So there's basically, it's like, okay, don't touch this for now. We need to add to this what's in here. Yeah, essentially this is what we need here. We wouldn't like the tweaks here. It's kind of dumb, right? But it's like the main presentation, so it's kind of okay. Shift M to, it's arbitrary, right? So for now we're gonna change this later on. We'll find what is better. Then let's revisit the rig UI, custom prop. No, not this. Rig UI. So we have, there's something. Yeah, so this is for the size here of this stuff. I am not sure if this will be. Let's see what that does. Yeah, like it will update anyways, right? According to the, yeah. This is for swapping positions. We don't need that. Pick and place buttons, yeah. And this, I don't remember. Enable rig UI editing modes. Not sure. Oh, yeah. It unlocked, it allows this. Okay, it's just this. It's already like that by default. So what we need now is to dynamic panel buildings. So this is for the custom properties. We're gonna it's not as good as I thought. It doesn't have these side things, I think. So here we could make where it is, where we can create the separations. I just don't remember. Maybe it's here. No, yeah, it is side things like this, but how to separate from is it here? I don't seem to have anything here. There's a way to make an elongated. Hopefully, I have a tutorial here. Let me show that, folks. It will be fast. So here we got the. Oh, I've closed it, but we're gonna reopen. So it's rig UI CG dive here. It's just a little detail that I forgot.
This add-on has a lot of options, but I'll just show you the most essential
Okay, where it is that part.
ones, and you control the layers. In the new here,
Just a little moment where he'll make a spreading of this. This is the name in Portuguese, but might be somewhere about here. Yeah, it's just a little detail and a bit hard. Okay, there we go. So where it is? Ah, it's this thing. Strange icon here. Okay, folks, let's return. Okay, so it's this, and so we're gonna just make. No, it's not this. It's in here, so we're gonna. Yeah, exactly like this. Good. So then we gonna make. We could add something for all the mechanism, for example, but it's kind of stupid. Or all the deforms. Yeah, it's not stupid. It's for if people are editing the rig, that could be useful. But for editing the rig, I think this is still better. Yeah, this is more for animation, 3D animation. Okay, so now we got this. We're gonna UI presets. No, we need to, what is this? So yeah, so we're gonna export this into a file, but before that we're gonna add the custom thing. So new panel, I think that's head. Yeah, aim. No, it's head. Yeah, head props. I don't know. So the head props, so it's an entire panel dedicated just for the head. So here we're gonna add like I key. Yeah, no, aim. Uh, yeah, head track. I don't know. And wait, I've just added a new. Yeah, I've just added a wrong one. Okay, let's remove panel. Okay, head props. So we're gonna edit mode enable. I'm not sure exactly what's that, but so add panel entries. Okay, so here we're gonna add from the prop bone, which holds all of them. We're gonna get the head track and the I key head and the eyes track. I don't like their ordering here, but I think we can. Yeah, we can. So head track, eyes track, and then yeah, let's make first the eyes track, then head track, and then eye key head. So which is like the head track. Oh no, the head track is this. Yeah, and then the eye key head, which is this, right? So good. Reset. Okay. Then we gonna add new the pinning. Pinning props. I don't know. Yeah. Pin joints. Props. Props is like start to become head and eyes and head. Yeah. Aim. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's. Yeah. I don't want to consider the. Yeah. So head, eyes, and head is better. Yeah. Pin joints. So this one will add panel entries. So here we're gonna props. So this is like pin elbow, pin round, and where is the fit stance? So good. Here is would be better if we could organize this differently, right? But just like this, but apparently not. We can do this with well, maybe we can edit the script, but then every time we rebuild this, it will be I think we can rename the Yeah, we can rename these ones like. These are not strings, so I like to use this. Okay, so this is why we use the edit. And here, good. So this sounds ludicrous enough. And then there's a last one I'm gonna call fit stances. So these are more. So we're gonna edit this. This is the last one. Flat feet stance equals 0. High heel stance equals 1. High heels leverage and torso height. Yeah. So flat feet or high heel. Yeah, because feet stance already here, so that should be clear enough. Great, so now we can indeed generate. Generate. We need to save here, folks. So there's export rig UI. What is quick constraints? I think he hasn't showed if this is from Bone Manager. Yes, it's from Bone Manager, so it's constraint active index select list. Quick constraints. It's some way to enable disable on demand, I guess. Or to edit the things in a more global way, maybe. Here I have a, because it depends on the selected bone, right? Exactly. So I can do many operations with this. I can. Oh yeah, it's a quick editor like here. Never used that. Yeah, it shows the bone constraint setup. Yeah. We can indeed enable disable. But I don't think this is for. Yeah, this is not for the rig UI. I guess it's something. It's just quick constraints. Yeah. All right. Interesting. So we're gonna save here, export. So you need to use a file here. So not this will be indeed in very weird, so to carry this thing like here, but apparently it is necessary. So we're gonna add this to the characters, and so we're gonna call it Dorothy rig UI. So bone manager rig UI, yes. I just call it this to prevent any if we work on other iterations. Okay, so all right, now that this is like this, we can run this script. Yes, we actually need to I think we don't need these things anymore. When we re-enable them, I hope they don't get disrupted. Let's try to recreate the setup. Okay, it's master. Yeah, it's regenerating the thing. Oh, no, it's not. It is... Seems to have lost some functionalities here. Okay, so apparently we cannot toggle those things, so this is dangerous. Yeah, some features remain, some others go away. It's weird. Okay, but we can always disable this, so that should be fine. And now finally what you can do is, yeah, where's the... We can, no, not to touch this. So we're gonna open Shift F11. So there's no, yeah, there are some scripts here, but they are for something else. So don't bother. We're gonna open Dirty Bone Manager Rig UI. So there's no exactly what is this. It's not a .001 here, so it's the first time. So here we have this. This is the string for this particular armature object. And yeah, so then some codes that create this rig UI panel. There's a method somewhere, class method, try return. So this is usually garbage. I don't know why they do this, but something here will make that the rig UI only appears on the context of the armature object when it is selected, which is not good, because depending, right, the default is not to have this, right? I think so. This is a creation, an additional script that will just additional code that just make the rig UI panel not show. So we're gonna make even a test here, right? So we can run the script anyhow, but let's run it and hope it works. It should work, right? Okay, it runs. And now we can check that there is no panel here, apparently. But, of course, as soon as I select the armature object, then, yeah, this is spin. This is why it's appearing here. But here is the rig UI. This, for some reason, didn't go to the top. So probably you can script this manually. And the problem is that if I add it here and not from the thing, then whenever I re-export it in the same file, it will override. So it's not not good, right? Yeah, I would know some editions here. What is this other class here? Is the creation of a new class. Item. Wait, where is the end panel? Okay, so it's here. And why nothing is working? Maybe because of the solos? No. This thing is lagging a little. Yeah, it's lagging just as the few seconds. So apparently this bone manager has a few glitches in this. At least maybe with my rig it has too many bones, but usually advanced rigs are like that for complex rigged models. Yeah, this lag is not very good, especially not because this is for animation. So why is this happening? And it's but worse than that, or I don't know if worse than that, but it's not working. So maybe these were saved as blank. Um, let's see. Then here, let's see how this looks like. No, it's not here. Oh, because this is the editing one. Never mind, folks. The um, the actual. This is the editing one. So okay, where is the real one? Animation. Let's see. It should tell us somewhere here where this class is created. Sidebar region. Item. Oh, item. Okay. Here. Yeah, but we have this problem here. These are not. Well, the bones are there, but for some reason it's not toggling on and off for some weird reason. Okay, and you see it's not lagging. So actually I was manipulating the editing one. So, but I don't understand why. Why it's not. It's a bit confusing that it also stay working alongside this. Oh, maybe it's because of this. Yeah, possibly it's because of this. So probably gonna go this and pin this one. Yeah, it only shows. And where is the other one for the custom properties? They are rig properties. So Sidebar region, view 3D. No, it's not this. 3D viewport editor, sidebar region, options, default closed. Okay, rig properties. No, but this is the... It should be available even... Oh yeah, interestingly... Yeah, it's just when... So this is the old one. It's not the... Oh, dynamic panel. No, yeah, this is this one. But why it's called... Should be called... Yeah, this is how I've organized it. So this is working, it's clean. So it's this one that need to pin, right? So whichever bone is here differently than this one. So essentially it's just these two, right? My rig UI panel is which is not complete. It's harder to make than that, of course. So I need to scratch the script manually. But there's always some advantages to it. Then it's stacked on the same, so it's the same. So you get this, and after that you have this. So it's not separated like this. But we can change that. We can reposition this, but then again, it's every time we re-update this, we lose this. So this is really not good for the workflow. Not very interesting, right? But now, okay, it's a little detail. We can cope with this. It's not and after, even after that, I'm gonna try to get my rig into a meta rig with all of this. So there are different layers of learning how to use this. So this Bone Manager is a free add-on, so it's very good extension even. So it's very worth to learn this now that I finally there's... Okay, but I wonder why this is still a problem. Okay, we're gonna save here and we're going to try again. Is it possible that I need to leave this on maybe? Or they need to be hidden? Ah, maybe there's something about... I think I see. There was an explanation about a subject here. Something about... After this thing is generated, we need to... Okay, these are not these ones. We need to click this. Or... unsolo all. Clear the solo settings on all collections. If we alt click... No, it's not like this. It's lagging a little, sorry folks. Okay, swapping. Oh, here's what happened. We need to... No, it's a top. Zero. Okay, let's try to re-export. Override, then some message. Script generated successfully, alright. Then we're gonna Shift 11, we're gonna delete this. And we're gonna reopen, otherwise it will bring another name, which can be confusing. So now we run, and now we get it. But we are still having... Okay, at least it's organized now. Yes, but I don't quite understand. If we... Okay, let's see something here. Apparently we can manipulate... We can unhide everything at a single click, I guess. This is not necessary, but I need to understand what's going on here. So if I select... Okay, so they are all the same, right? We see that whichever I click, it updates everywhere. It's like there's no bone here anymore. Like, no, but there are bones here, so... Clear the solo on all collect. Okay, this is just for clearing the solo. Show all, okay. So this back again. Let's use this. And let's get also the root stuff, right? And let's try exporting like this. This is my own rig UI. It has a run script. Ah, okay, okay. So this doesn't control solo. These are not solo controllers. Which means... Because they are stacking in multiple places. These bones are here and here, so maybe there's a glitch here. Let's try something like select alt in here, shift M. Let's remove everything from the control. And let's remove everything from these main controllers. Now the control skeleton is only here. Yeah, so apparently this multi-assignment have a problem. I'd like to have some solo things here as well, but we don't have by default, but I think we might be able to add. But I don't remember having seen this. Yeah, these don't seem to be solo stuff. Maybe there is some feature for that. But there's usually it's just a of course if it's solo we can't. It's very bad for organization if it can't be, if nothing can be done about this. Because then, what should I do with this, right? I cannot disable it. Let's try just in here. So just getting this control skeleton, shift M, let's add them to the main controllers. Clear solo. Main controllers. Okay, now it is working. So maybe there was something wrong about the... Maybe because this is the parent one. Let's try again. Let's try to improve, to restore the... Yes, as soon as we get the master here, which is the parent collection, we get a big problem here. So it was the parent here which is causing this. Interesting. So because it's the parent, it even disables the possibility of the others to override it. Yeah, we need this visibility, but that parent collection should not have... Oh, I think I understand. So it's a hierarchy logic of this, but regarding the rig UI. So basically, if a collection... I think you get the idea too, right? I didn't know this for the rig UI. So basically, or maybe it's because of... No, it shouldn't have anything to do with this. So these bone collections, they cannot overlap. Have if they are parent, they should not have the same bones. But if it is in the collection like this one, then we can stack the assignment. We have the cloned assignments, assigned bones, right? But we cannot do what I'm doing here. So this thing cannot have any bone that already exists in its child. So a lot of things here. So it's just a collection. It could be just an empty collection. And if we want something for it, a different organizer for a group of bones, that not be very careful about then the parenting. So I never knew that, because what I was doing was just for this, not for the rig UI. Interesting finding. So there's no information about that from that tutorial. Great tutorial, by the way, by CGDI. But so this, okay, so now we see what's going on. So this is forbidden if we want to use we need to remove all the bones from, and solo all. Okay, we're gonna need to remove all the bones from, yeah, so we're gonna remove all the bones from, or alternatively, yeah, I have to do this anyway. So after we're gonna recreate these new collections, special collections here. So Shift M, remove, so empty, good. This is nothing we don't need now, because we have empty collections anyways. So we're gonna remove everything from these two. Doesn't seem like it got empty. Okay, something is not. Okay, we needed some. Okay. Take off. No, it's not working. Okay, I need to double because I was adding. Same for this one. Reduce the nothingness. Looks like we have some problem with solo. No. There we go. And mixed. Okay, mixed already zeroed out. Okay, so this is how we need to do it. Empty. So we're gonna do for the other hierarchies as well. So for example, this is already correct, you see. Giga circle means no bones there. No stuff here, right? Well, here we could decide if we want this to be in this collection or not, because then we need another one with this name to be like here to have bones, right? To work like this, right? So, but okay, it's cool like that. I think it's working. I think this empty collections, I should give them because this can be confusing, right? The empty collections, right? Yeah, the empty collections are confusing. So let's make sure that every single empty collection is actually little lag, but standable. So an easier way, if we can, I can't right now, but it will be like to, okay, make the entire hierarchy. Sorry about the pub. So make the entire hierarchy already correct with the colors in a brand new armature object, and then start adding the bones. Yeah, copy, duplicate the bones, and then start to reassign the bones. So what takes time here is just renaming those things, right? So here, deform face, we can also, yeah, just this last one, come on. Yeah, and maybe I can paint white the ones which hold like yeah, so the colored ones that are not they have bones. Black is emptiness, it's no bones. White is all bones, and all bones of a certain group, right? And so we what we can do is to, yeah, so we have, for example, all deform all upper face, like we could have like something here, right? So they'll bring all of these ones, and then we can have in the end the mixed, which will bring all lips, all, yeah. So hold on, let's get very interesting. Okay, what's us doing here? Let's soundtrack. Okay, and so essentially this is all we need to get this mechanism. Now this is fine. And control, yeah, this one we're gonna, it contains bones, so it's like a, can be a white, and this is black. And here it gets a bit confusing, right? But these colors are sort of clear, yeah. Here, I'm not sure. No, what I'm doing. This is no bones here. This is the last one. I needed more colors for this bone collections. All right, so we're gonna, now we're gonna just make a last save here, export this, override, then we're gonna close this, gonna delete, we're gonna reopen this one and run the script. And so nothing changed here, but we got this yeah, now this is working great. So main controllers, and of course we need to add more stuff to hide the others, or having hidden by default. I'm not sure how to handle that. Yeah, probably we need all the mechanisms, all the things to be available here in the rig UI, so we will be able to have them disabled, and it will be easier, right? But I am lacking the solo things, right? The solo, very, very useful. Okay, show all. Now we can go back to the building of the rebuilding of the base, right, which I was doing. Um, yes, I was working on the deformation, but actually on the mixed. Then later on I would, so for example, the lips, there's an advantage here. You can quickly negate everything by soloing just the empty here. Okay, eye coins, we solved that. Eye holes, this was where I stopped. So here, I'm gonna make a pause in a moment, but first of all, I'm gonna, just before that, I'm gonna address a little adjustment here. Adjustment that I figured out. So here, we have indeed some inverse kinematics feature, which can, for the eye holes or orbicularis oculi, but there is one little problem here that we can improve. You see that although this displays the bendy bones, we cannot really affect the rotation, and this is kind of, we cannot manipulate the handles because there are no handles. So we can, I believe it is possible by just adding an extra layer of bones to solve this little problem. So let's select first these bones by color. We're gonna change them to a mechanism here, and then we gonna add some tweakers that are not supposed to be manipulated. Tweakers, we have to rename them. So this will be tweaker, no, handle. So this is handle. I hold top. Okay, just the first left. The parenting, I believe, should be very simple. Just parent this, and then we're gonna do here, and I believe it should follow this. Yeah, we might have to readjust the roles of all this. So they are gonna be exactly. All right, so now these handles, we need to parent them to the key controller of chain length of 1. The respective one, and then what we need to do then is to check. Yeah, so now we got some way to manipulate the handles, maybe the rotations. Yeah, we can sort of have some more or less accurate. It will be better if we had some better alignments for these bones, actually. I'm not sure, but yeah, we need to find what would be best. But essentially, the bendy bones are not responding because we need to update. So this will use tangent start because they are sharing the head joints, and tangent or absolute end. So they are parented, connected between themselves, the bendy bones, but doesn't matter because maybe this helps in the automation, I'm unsure, but this will work anyway anyhow. it should work. So here we're gonna go for absolute, and well, no, got the wrong one. It's this one. These don't seem to be correct, right? Well, it's not incorrect actually, but it seems less smooth as a starting position, right? Maybe it's because of this one. Let's see. Yeah, maybe need to be... Yeah, let's first get those updates here, and then we'll see. The joint is exactly there, so why this is happening? I don't believe this bone should be aligned like here. Tangent here. Yeah, I see. We might have to make... Yeah, so it's it doesn't need to be aligned exactly, right? So even this one, yeah, so might have to tweak this somewhat arbitrarily. It's not very clean, but maybe that will fix our problem later on. So tangent and absolute. Okay, so first we're gonna batch these things here. Maybe the automatic for the end or the start could also work. All right, so start, no, end, then this one gets start and end. This one gets start and end. Yeah. No curvature about. Yeah, probably here we will need to make some. Yeah, so it's a bit unclear, but the fact is now I can indeed do this. So I've just needed, although the curvature gets a bit weird, the forms matter more, so it shouldn't be a problem. So we can control now this. I'm not sure if this will control. Yeah, it will make the handles pivot. Yeah, because they are rotating these ones and by parenting, and then we can tweak individual, so that is functional. Yeah, so it's indirect also works. So what the work right now, however, will be that in this trend setup we might require to find a way to find the best curvatures for these ones, because they seems a bit deprecated. But we're gonna try to match the original, right? It's probably feasible. Usually what I try to do with the orientations, maybe that will make it smoother, is that I try to align to the front of the mesh. So for example, these ones, they're, if you get all these bones here, try to get their z-axis, yeah, aligned to the front of the mesh. So maybe something like here. And we can try to do the same for there are 4 bones here. Well, except for these ones, this maybe we'll just reset. So it's actually 3 bones, so we're gonna try to find the row where their z-axis are facing. Here I don't really see. Yeah, it's something like, it will be something like that. And then we just align everything to, yeah, we can just align one first. The one that will be simpler to visualize. Maybe we need to expand this. There they are okay because now you see their axis a little better. No, not that much, but we can reset. Yeah, first reset. Let's try to find the, as we just align these two. Oh, no, 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 we can't. It's the axis active, just the bone rolls, right? And then as for this, let's see, reset roll. Let's see where's the, yeah, so here this will do something like here. See that the curvature now is nicer. So I pick this, we shift and active bone. And then reset this one. Let's see. Yeah, so gonna make it like here. Yeah. So it's a bit arbitrary, but that you just do. Yeah, and we can also, this is the end, so we can just whatever, we can do this. As long as it's, and these ones we could, can we do this? I think this will be dirty, so we're gonna just keep it straight. Yeah, just the tweaker can be yeah, maybe we could do this, but it'll be weird, right? So now what we have is that we can, yeah, manipulate the, with this just one extra layer, we have now control of the, of this, and I still don't require a buffer bone. This is not a buffer bone, this is a handle bone. And now we can symmetrize this whole block here. It's always good sometimes to check. Yeah, they don't, they just, yeah, they are just for the, they just affect the target handles, right? They do not affect the positioning. These ones control the positioning. But the very interesting thing of this setup is that although these bones, they are parented, it's not a big advantage. I think the biggest advantage here is simplicity, that we don't need buffer bones here set up, so one less layer. So very interesting thing is that although these bones, they are connected parenting between themselves, the bendy bones. Deform one, it is parented to this one. The name seems to be, yeah, the names I don't bother here. We're gonna rename them later. With after we complete the whole vertex group, we just change the vertex group's name, the bones name. Yeah, actually I could do right now because it's in this armature object. What I was talking about is although it's parented, connected, because of the Ike bone constraint here affecting this bone, then it will follow this bone. So this is very interesting. It's like a stretch 2 bone constraint. And so this will displace even this bone and this bone from the tail and from the head. So this is very interesting because this bone is connected parented and it is stuck to this joint. And then we just do this, we move everything, and then we just need, because they are bendy bones, the handles, and the handle is oriented in a very specific way. Yeah, so I don't manipulate the handle, but we can manipulate it indirectly, and mostly we have good manipulations here. We don't need to pick this individual. It will be easier, and the only reason not to make this bone aligned with this, we could, is that this would be like, yeah, it will be cool, but this will be like not oriented with world space. It's maybe not that good for control bones, but this will be optional. I won't make 2 possibilities of bones just because of this, right? So I think this is more versatile for now. We can easily sort of get the orientation that we want. It doesn't need to be exact, right? So following the normal, right? We can just have, by the angle here, we can certainly find out what we need. Okay, then we're gonna do this same here for the bottom part. So we're gonna get this one here. We start with the alignment. Then we start with the parenting. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit messy. Yeah, you can hide this stuff. For now, let's align everything to here. Okay, this is fine. Parent here, keep offset. Parent here, keep offset. Parent here, keep offset. And this one, we gonna do this and this. Parent here, keep offset, right? All right, now we need to readjust, change the targets. This was already batched, so it's just this and this. Then this one is this one. And this one. and this one is here, and this one. And now for the rolls. Now what's happening with the... Oh yeah, it's actually... It's not. I should not be doing this. Align, yeah, let's just find the correct roll here. Let's move the... Let's do this like something like here. Alt R, then there's somewhat like here. Yeah, I could say that this bone could these bones could be aligned differently. Because they are important. They are some sort of master key, right? On the extremities, they even bigger than this one, so this probably should be aligned to world spaces in some way. Let's see, I don't have a bone here for this, so this doesn't work. Okay, so for example, we could get these and these aligned with this, and then this RY here, and this align here. Yeah, okay, we could do this for now. Let's continue these rolls. This one, let's use this. Also, I think I forgot something important here. Actually, we can make some other additional adjustments here. Yes. Yeah, so here is three-dimensional, so we need to try to find the best curvature. The connected would be better, but then the connected we will lose this the tweakers, the handles. The tweaking of these rotations from the joint, right, for the handle. So this is sort of required, right? This small suffering, and that unless we want to make it super simple. So it's also right? And then for this one, in the near future, the AIs, the good AIs, will be trained to do this. So this will be good stuff, at least something good that can happen. Okay, so about here. And finally, this, the last one, Alt R, let's see. Let's get about this. And so how this one is oriented, we've decided to orient it towards the, yeah, the I key master, right? So, okay, and now we can symmetrize, resymmetrize all this contraption and delete this aligner bone. And so now we get should be getting this working on. So this is for the eye holes or orbicularis oculi. We have to, yeah, I just remember that I'm gonna stack some functionalities here. Too late. We have to readjust some of this stuff. So you're gonna reposition this exactly on top of on the brow, right? And this one we're gonna try to reposition exactly on the top of the upper cheek. There's some bones there. Another, so we're gonna reduce the amount of. We try to automate this in a more natural way, right? And to show what that is, it is on the old armature. No, not this. Oh no, what I'm doing. I need to disable some features. Okay, at least I've saved. Face rig stuff. I'm back, folks. So sorry about that. Usually I don't do pauses. Alright, so this is the old rig and this is the new rig. So now we can edit them in sync with the end panel without lag, because the old armature object is glitching. It comes from a previous Blender version, and if you use Addon especially, be ready for rig havoc. That's as good as it is. They put effort in files compatibility between Blender files, the Blender developers, but it's always very dangerous for projects, right? So let's go. I'm taking the risks because I'm not, these projects I'm doing, they are not ready for like commerce and stuff like that. Alright, so let's get the, but if I were doing a specific project, scene, something like that, oh yeah, this is for, then totally need to be careful. Keep with the version that is working, right? Especially if it's one you like, and it's an LTS one, even better. But sometimes I see even some riggers, okay, I'm using this version for a long time and it's not even a LTS, but yeah, it also works. Okay, so the problem here is to go to the next feature, and let's get familiar with. Okay, so the new older armature, need to select the. Okay, let's clean the ears here. Very simple setup. We could have for these ears some physics bones, but we don't have it, so we're gonna just make these ears. Let's see if we have something about here. We could add some. Okay, ears is just deformed balls. Let's bring here for the deformed skeleton. Unique creolite. Welcome, creolite. Unique. Yes. What is unique? Yeah, it's a custom rig. Let's get the where the deformed skeleton. Yes. Yes. So the deformation skeleton could contain the ears. So this is for the old rig. Let's see what you have here. So just year, nothing, 001, 002. Just simple as that. And we need to retain these names to update the deform vertex groups, right? So we need to isolate these bones from this collection, then bring for the new skeleton here. Okay, so the character model and style looks very unique. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's an adaptation from 2D, right? I have a thanks. I'm an not old school. I can say I'm old school, but I draw. I started draw manga like in late last century, right? In 1998, I was a young boy at that time, and then took me about 10 years to 1 decade to like get my own style in graphism, and this was about 2011 when I finally sort of. So the character design in 2D, it has a grease pencil here. Let's see. It would look like this. Hold on. Now this is the wrong. How to isolate? Okay, we're gonna isolate. Why I don't see? Okay, so here is the. Would be some of the model sheets. Of course, model sheet is not the best way to assess a. Yeah, I've painted the background, so now it's very hard to see. Sorry. So we got probably some. Yeah, so it's very inspiring anime. But then but at some point I've started to get influence from other artists, and finally here and there, yeah, good reference sheet sucks. Yeah, it take a while to cartoony model sheets for 3D adaptation. It's very tricky because you know the character design sometimes has impossible poses, right? So in positions, and you need to. So what I tried to do in order to get this adaptation is a process that took years, maybe. But it can be faster, right? If you have the good techniques and you have good patience with that. What will this character be for? A game or something? No, not for a game. Well, it could derive to a game, but game production is very tough, right? So it's more for storytelling. For example, if you see on my YouTube channel, there are some content of 3D web comics, not a lot of stuff, but this is the storytelling that I'm doing. It's for 3D web comics, so I'm trying to do this for now. Of course, I love animation, and I'm an animator as well, and I sort of started migrate from 2D traditional animation to 3D animation, but it's a pet project, right? So the also yeah, there is a there's some content, I don't remember right now where I can. Okay, I need to adapt. Sorry, need to adapt the stuff here. Interesting. I wish you the best luck. Thanks. Yeah, same, bro. So my intention is to start bringing, as these characters they get better adapted to 3D, right? Then unfortunately you caught me right here in the process of making some rigging arrangements, but I have some content where there is the showing of the mount rigging upgrades, and some also some stuff about the what is it? The character making themselves, right? The modeling code assets. If you are patient enough to look at some older streams, you might find, not so old, this year's stream, other characters like this on this style that I was doing, like Natashi, I think that's a good one. The process of making all these features here. So that might interest you on this particular, how you can do something on this style. Even the model sheet, the grease pencil process, right? Drawing from scratch. I came here to watch you rig, so this is fine. No, yeah, so that's a good news. I am also doing some Blender work. Yes, it's very interesting what we can do, but the skinning is like rigging is. It's good to know techniques that we can adapt better, because this can get very tricky, right? As I'm rebuilding this rig for this character, at the same time I'm finding some new approach, right? It's for a rig model template. So my plan right here is to get this rig perfected as possible, and then make it I want to implement it into Rigify Addon, like as a meta rig. So there are different approaches. So that means that because I have like about 20 characters on this style for the universe, that sci-fi universe that I'm making, then I need to. It will be good that I could readapt some repositionings, right, and then generate the rig. If you know how Rigify Addon works, then it regenerates the rig and it readapts to the meta rig as we readjusted the bones positions, you know, on edit mode for different proportions, right? So this is super valuable, but the problem is that I don't like the rigify approach of their bone constraints. I mean their structure. I like doing stuff myself also, but there are ways to customize rigify, and they're very tricky because I need some scripting skills and stuff like that. But now I'm getting into this, and I think I can do, if not very rooted stuff, this I can't do yet, but at least certain adaptations, certain modifications. I have no experience with Rigify. I kind of just make my own. So the best thing about Rigify currently is that meta rig thing that allows repositioning and regeneration. So you can, because this custom rig here, for every character that I have, I already made, I need to readapt and readapt, and it's very time consuming. It's not as time consuming as what I'm doing right now. This is like a once in a lifetime, but it's still very bad when you make custom rigs, like I make custom rigs as well, just as you mentioned. Then you need to batch this custom rig for multiple characters. So Rigify add-on and other rigging add-ons like that paid like ARP, right, and stuff like that, they have these generators from meta rigs or something equivalent, and that is super valuable when you are making a production with a lot of characters, right? The problem is that those things are hard coded usually, and we don't have access to it. So if there's no option, no easy option currently in Blender that allows the rigger to, without scripting knowledge, to make their own automations for this meta rig idea, concept, right, and functionality, which is, so it's like it's not democratized yet. So maybe when they will bring the rigging nodes for Blender, then maybe that will be possible. I believe they will bring this thing because Maya has some sort of rigging nodes. It's like very, it would change how we'll still be rigging like that, but then we easily can make these automations that Rigify does for every custom rig, right? It will be maybe the future. Without that, though, it's still possible. If we can just learn enough, we can adapt to certain features. So, but this is something that I have a card for in the near future, like in a few weeks from now. But I need to focus in here right now, and I'm using the Bone Manager extension add-on, which is free to generate the rig UI. And yeah, I have already a generated rig UI now. I was doing this today actually. And yeah, and okay, so and making some improvements here on the face. Okay, let's get back here. So rigging can be very, very interesting, and we never stop learning, right? All right, so I need to have deactive the new skeleton. So we're gonna go for a bone collection that is this one indeed. It is visible. We don't need these side holes anymore. Now I'm gonna add a bone right here. This bone is in the new armature object. Now, but it is still interacted because I'm in edit mode for the two armatures. So we can still have some snapping features. You can, what I cannot do here, it will break my all this progress. It will, I have backups, but it will be the end of the world. I cannot copy the bones. So this is a tragedy. but I'm getting through it. And at the same time, I'm showcasing some of the features of this custom rig. Very the original features as you would expect from any custom rig usually, right? That is the definition of rigging. Interesting and painful, yeah. Not to mention the wave pain, right? So here we got this bone here, so I'm making this different. So the color of the bones here. Yeah, rigging has a lot. It's like in this Neolithic age, right? There are still a lot to be overcome. And it takes time, so if there is one thing that I would like to have, yeah, I need to pick this name. Let's copy here. Extrude, and that's all we need. So we're gonna join here. Make these ones smaller, and then they have the proper connections. What is this parent to? It's parent to the deform head. We're gonna parent this to the mechanism head or deform head. Well, okay, let's parent to the deform head because it's a deform bone, right? And it's part of the head. I think that makes sense. So then this is ready. You just need to symmetrize these ones. They took the same names, and that means that they will steal the waves, and they should be working. Yeah, they are already deforming. Here I'm using auto IK option, so I can easily pose this like this, and we can decide which auto IK length we want until the base of the ear. Okay, so here these ears are sorry folks, so pubs from YouTube. Oh yeah, wave painting is just eats away at least like nothing. Yeah, a time like nothing. It's very can be very tedious, and yeah, it's fixing the artifacts is the most difficult part indeed. Here in this rig, I'm not using corrective shape keys. Maybe some for very specific domains, but usually I'm not using corrective keys. What I'm using are helper bones, right? Corrective armature deform solution methods with why the custom is not showing. They are hidden from here. Okay. Okay, ears are complete. Let's go for the next task here. Eyeballs. Okay, the eyeballs is just one bone here. We're gonna parent this to the deformed head. Okay, so we got new skeleton. We're gonna duplicate this. Shift Alt X, select mirror, extend, Control F2. It's a shortcut for the select mirror. B for bones. Then here we're gonna, instead of ear, we're gonna call it eyeball. I think this is a name. Strip characters, hold shift, align, and then place this here. This is sort of an important one, so I'm gonna change this color here. The size don't really matter. Reset here. The parenting, yeah, it has the same deform head parented as is correct. So bone constraints, not sure, don't remember right now what this thing has. Yeah, it's a copy transform, so you're just gonna shift It's not working. Shift Alt C, another custom thing. So of course this is targeting the old armature now. We don't want that. So there's a bone that is inexisting here. I don't know where it is in the rig. I think it might be in the same position. Control face, new face, probably it's here. Without the widgets, of course. Yeah, it's exactly here. So we have a control eyeball bone. So we're gonna just pick this one. We're gonna go crazy if we don't. We keep looking at all these bones here. So, okay. Shift D. Extend, then instead of def1, we're gonna call it control, and same thing. Change their colors to this maybe. Yeah, this seems fine. The parenting of this, yes, it is to the head, right? But it needs to follow now I'm confused. Okay, let's first fix this bone constraint here. So you're gonna just change the armature. This auto updates because the name is the same, and this don't need this. Yeah, the bone is following. So we have an eyeball that is moving, and we have now, yeah, I need to symmetrize, but then we need, let's see what kind of bone constraint this thing has. No bone constraint, so it's just a control eyeball without, and it's parent to the deformed head. Okay, no, I'll parent this to the mechanism head. And we're gonna now symmetrize this. Just these two, symmetrize. Yeah, so this is happening because of shrink wrapping modifiers. We could convert them to shrink wrap bone constraints for game stuff, right? But this is a method that I've discovered. I have in a Gumroad, I have a document there, is free, that holds some of this shrink wrapping for eyes rig, but I found sometime later that even very custom mount rigging, the universal sonic mount rig, it can be converted for game engines with the shrink wrap bone constraint instead of the shrink wrap modifier for the mesh object. So we can convert even the universal sonic mount rig, which is kind of complex. We can to some extent convert it to game utility. So I was doing some demonstration of that some time ago, but of course this is just one character I did for that. I was doing this for experimentation to see if it was possible, and it was indeed. It's crazy. So we can convert the shrink wrapping features, just like we can convert the bendy bones, right? Not everything is convertible, but it is this one at least works. It's like works more or less equivalent, so it's good, works good enough. Hold on 1 second. All right, so the eyeballs is achieved now, but we need there's more stuff on the face, of course. Ears, eyeballs, tongues, all these are goners. Icons, goners. There's also shrink wrap, a legion of mini deformed bones for the icons. These are also deformed bones, so they'll shrink wrap these instead of a shrink wrap modifier. So this is much more adaptive, as the control rig is yeah, so this is shrink wrapping on a very smooth but yet very not spherical shape, so it's very stylized. So this is an advanced way to solve a very specific problem for stylized characters like this one. Very interesting, because it's not an eyeball, it's not really it's a curved surface without symmetry, like a perfect sphere. So icons, goners, eyelashes. Okay, eyelash just after the eyelids. Oh yeah, just remember what yeah, let's make the eyelids first, because this is very important. Okay, let's complete the eyelids and the eyelashes. Then the eye holes is done, but we're gonna yeah, eyebrows also we should do. And then we're gonna integrate the brow on the upper cheek to the eye holes. I made a mistake. We're gonna, not a mistake, a decision. We're gonna place them in the same positioning. We're gonna stack their, gonna merge these functionalities. So get rid of 2 chains. We'll lose some additional deform possibilities of automation, but it will make the rig simple and it should work. The eye holes idea, or orbicularis oculi, they really should shape this, the shape of the eye cavity. So maybe I would need in the future one that is precisely here, but we'll see. In principle, if this thing is outer, like it is already, but we'll move it even a bit more outer, this will be still have waves on here, so should work too. It will just not be perhaps super precise, but it will be, might be good enough. Because in character design expressions for characters like this, the shapes of the face are super important, right? So, and this, yeah, this is already full again, yeah, foolproof. That's already working for the stylized the eyelash. Even some more radical expressions we can make here, but we need to fix the stuff first. Okay, let's get the eyelids because it is remaining. We're gonna make these eyelids No, lips. No. All right, we need a bone here. This one. Let's add. Actually, I need the reference of the eye holes. Yeah, this will be the best. Because then I can reproduce these setups. Yeah, we're gonna reproduce this setup here. This new approach here. We're gonna make some crazy stuff here. Yeah, so we're gonna take off this option here. We don't need this stuff right now. Now we need this, but deform skeleton. Yeah, we don't need this. Don't need this. And we need this. Great. So we need this stuff here, right? Except for all right, so we need this group here. The other we don't bother. So Shift D, Alt M. Let's move this entirely to the mixed eyelids, as if it wasn't already, just to make sure. Then we don't need this anymore. Now we're gonna start repositioning these bones in this joint. We can probably disrupt some joints here. Yeah, we don't. We will delete these ones here. No, we'll delete this one. It'll be easier. And now we're gonna put this thing here. And this thing here. All right, and now we need to rename this thing. So this is, need to steal these waves here first. After we can rename these bones. Eyelid top to this. All right. The handles naming. Yeah, just get a. This is no problem. No vertex groups on these ones. Here we're gonna Control F2 bones B, then tweak eye key eye hole. No, instead of eye hole we get eyelid top and strip characters. Yeah, we could change that, but that's I think that's fine. Then this one, yeah, we change everything here from We have some problems here. It's eyelid top, yeah. This is good, this is good. Yeah, I could have patched all these things. So what you're gonna do is find these alignments here. Yeah, so this is perfectly matching. This is just like that. Yeah, they are aligned with... This one is weird. I don't know what this one is doing. I'm wary about... Yeah, so we need to make some alignments here. Let's get the eye holes thing. No, not in this. In the new armature. Align this to this. Yeah. Or maybe it could be aligned to that side. I don't know. Doesn't matter really. They don't affect the... Okay, so we have a problem here with... Why the bone constraint didn't copy? Didn't... it lost the bone constraint. We don't have the part for the bottom yet, so... These names are too long. Yeah, this is eyelid, so what's happening here? I think I've I've made the opposite thing. Yeah, all wrong here. Is actually... this and this, and also... Oh yeah, there's a different eye keychain here. It's just 2. And what's going on with Saul? Yeah, strangely, all the bone constraints have gone. I might have accidentally pressed Control Alt C and deleted everything. Okay, there's not too much. It's just this thing. This thing is just a Nike bone constraint chain length of 1, just like this. And same for this one. Actually, what bone is this? I'm even looking at this eye hole. It's not necessary. Eyelids. Yeah, I just need to make sure that I'm not clicking the wrong armature. Yeah, this is the... Exactly, these are the new deformed bones. So this thing... Inverse kinematics, this, all right. This is working as... no, it's not totally working. Something happened to the... Oh yeah, of course. I think I understand now, because I deleted the middle. Exactly. So this is why it gets all like that. Apparently, for something is... These bones are being changed by some effect. Yeah, this pose, of course, but... Oh yeah, I know what it is. Use... No. The target, of course, here. Now, yes. So now I have this kind of automation. That is not great, but ignore the rest is not rigged, but we have this functionality. I never had this for eyelids. And at the same time, we can have the typical tweakers. Like, but this, and they can be, and they control this stuff here. And if we want, we can also manipulate. I think with rotation, we can have some impact on the mechanism chain here of the big chain. So there's three IK chains here. We don't need the auto IK option here. This will, but it will do some... This is parented connected. No, we need to reconnect because I've destroyed, right, one of the joints. So this seems to be working. This one is also working, and this one is also working. So all things here seems to be working. Now the names, I think they are all correct. We could probably change this because they would be very confusing. We keep everything the same. Let's reduce the size of all of this stuff. What's the color of this? Yeah, that is fine. This is rest pose, but the rest position exactly here. So this is a trick. We can do this for... It's the copy location. What is this? Trick eyelid. We don't need this because it's probably a system of buffer. This I'm using a new system here. So we don't need to use these IK masters. We can, but it's a possibility. We could just tweak with these ones. It's funny because, you know, you can shape some, easily shape certain particular expressions, right? With inverse kinematics, right? So it's kind of funny. And we can, the idea is to also have some automators for a bone that will main tweaker this stuff, right? And this already exists in this one. I didn't have the inverse kinematics for the eyelids. I had for the eyebrow and the eye holes or orbicularis oculi. However, I didn't have message, but I didn't have, but my setup was different. It's a bit more complicated. I found this new approach, which is more elegant. The old approach had some buffer bones. It was worked just as this one, but it was a bit more contracted. I'm still here. Yes, thanks. Just blending while you're streaming. That's a good idea. I hope I don't have to do rigs this complex. Mine is way simpler. No, actually, for most characters, right, you don't need to make complex rigs, right? It's like the rig can be complex with, because of the skinning factor, which is the domain of the organic rigging, right? Usually, so the skinning can complexify a rig a lot. Corrective shape keys, helper bones, object modifiers, and so on, driver. And then the other thing, all sorts of automations related to all this. And another way to complicate a rig is the control rig for the animators, right? So the control rig in Blender, I was discussing with other riggers, and yeah, there's an apparently some folk out there understand, and I agree that Blender system, current system for control rig, is sort of limited. Like we don't, it's very restrictive. You create a rig, they already recognize this because they want to make that project, right? The future of rigging and animation for Blender. So they are aware of some limitations. And there's even an add-on. I don't use it, but it's very interesting. This rig on the fly too. It's a free. This strategy is rigging for during on the fly, right? You rig while you are animated. So essentially, you can destroy the rig and reconstruct the rig by automator systems here. And for some crazy rigging reasons, this approach is better for lots of stuff. Like even though they are destroying the rigs, they are rebuilding other rigs according to the demands of the animator during the process of animating. So this is very interesting approach, but it's very hard-coded. And it's required that the skeleton be very simple. Like it needs to, in order to use this setup, I don't need to have a super simplified rig, and then you can do, there's a Discord channel about that. They were based for game engines, animations, I think. I think it's very interesting, but the problem is that there are many limitations to whatever approach. I don't like that. You have to have a simplified rig. Maybe it doesn't work for. You can use it maybe just for certain features, perhaps. Especially, I don't know. But I have it installed nonetheless, and it is kept update, so it can always be useful. So you don't need to do advanced. So I know one rigger that, for example, they spend a lot of time on, not on the control rig, but in the automations of the helper rig, because they form a lot of very advanced techniques of helper bones, and to solve all of the problems of making semi-realistic, stylized, but semi-realistic humanoid characters with lots of fleshy, bony anatomy, accurate anatomy. So that takes forever, right? But the results are impressive. So unless you're looking for like stuff like that, you don't need to waste too much time. Unfortunately, even for the not even good, but just for natural deforms, the rigger for organic rigging already has to do crazy things that are very tough, and there's no easy way so far, because the skinning algorithm, the skinning methods are Stone Age or Neolithic Age. They just don't do the job on their own. They are just too deprecated for the requirements of organic natural deforms of a body, the joints, right? Lots of artifacts. They are solvable, but even in certain regions, like the pelvis femur joint, for example, is a complex joint, just like the shoulder, for example. It's very hard to get. The anatomy is asymmetric, and the deforms, the limbs, the limbs there, they bend on all directions, all orientations. So it's crazy. And the skinning method on its own, it's like garbage. It doesn't. So you need to solve that and then there are delta problems. So if you don't care about these solutions, it's not a problem. If your pose of the character doesn't need to be athletic enough, then okay, you can simplify. Some add-ons find some solutions for that, but I think they are paid, and I don't use them. Unfortunately, the Rigify add-on doesn't come with an automated helper deform rig, or if it comes, it's a very basic stuff. It's not totally insufficient, right? They could have done that, but they decide not to. So they focus more on the control rig functionalities, which is it's okay, right? But well, you know what would be good? It's Rigify meta rig, a custom, maybe a feature set, right? A custom meta rig that is free, available, that will implement helper rig to an ideal, let's say like that, proposition of corrective deforms for the whole body, right? That do good stuff. Yeah, that will be great. It's very feasible, right? But no one has come with that, because there are not a lot of people that make tutorials or even make those kind of organic rigging improvements to the last breath. So yeah, because it's very hard. I have been rigging for years, and few years, yeah. And it's like in Blender, and it's like never find the final the something that is good enough to be okay. This is the main solution, the best solution, something. Now it's always with lots of pros and cons, right? You see, it's never something like it's that we could say that it's made to be default solution. You see, maybe there exist solutions like that, and I'm still not aware of them. But the solution would be to tweak the skinning algorithm and making more advanced skinning methods for softwares like Blender, right? And then we could do all those problems of organic rigging, at least, will be solved immediately, almost instantly, just because someone, maybe a mathematician, a rigger mathematician, will solve that thing. But then there will be the problem that the skinning methods wouldn't be exportable, right? Because they'll have, but they could be working in Blender, right? Just in Blender, that would be enough. All right, so let's see what we can do. Oh, there's a little problem here. Looks like we are missing some stretching feature, I guess. These bones don't seem to have lost their I key stretch. Okay, let's get them I key stretch. There we go. Good. Next, yeah, no, next. I need to fix first the top, because if I don't fix it, then when it will be stupid for the bottom eyelid. So let's complete here. This, where's the panels? I get what you mean. Yeah, that was a bit too much, but that's my opinion about this after having tried to address these things. I tried to read some documents, like academic research on rigging, right, and algorithms, skinning algorithms. They're very interesting. There exist out there some alternative skinning methods, but Blender, for example, hasn't implemented them, right? Blender has implemented dual quaternion skinning and spline skinning methods, but not anything else from besides that. Besides, of course, the linear blend skinning, which is the default in the industries, which is garbage, right? It's fast, performative, it does some job, but for good shapes on regular anatomy, it's garbage. It's Stone Age, Neolithic age technology. I don't believe, it's hard to believe that oh, there's a lot of improvements in rendering, not only in Blender, in the industry. Oh, look how this Unity, I don't know what is, how this performs Unreal, the zillions of polygons in real time and lighting, I don't know, all this, or the hardware, and then for rigging, zero improvement, nothing. Like it makes absolutely no sense. Like, it's a forgotten realm of existence. And that's like unbelievable, because you just need a mathematician to come up with, or not even a mathematician, just the basics of math, and understand what the artist needs for, right? Because rigging, like, it's part of character designing, right? It's part of the character design. Who said that? Is that guy that wrote one book about rigging for games in Blender. And that's probably why I spend too much time on rigging, is because I'm making character design right here, right? By adjusting the poses, right? So testing what the rig can do for the expressions, right? So that's but I'd prefer to be doing animation, yeah, 3D animation. So now let's get, yeah, I need the control rig for this, of some other layers here. This is what I need to focus on. No, the X, all the armature is here. Let's uncollapse all those things. Okay, so there's some eyelids here, eyelashes, okay. These are just the control face, okay. Aha, so here they are. So here we got some, this is what I needed to see. So this thing is following the tweaker with a copy location. Then the tweaker, yes, it does this. We do the same thing with a slightly different method. And this tweaker has some bound constraints. This one has a dumped track for a very subtle automation here. When you move this up and down, we're gonna reproduce this to this handle here. Shift Alt C. Of course, we don't want the copy location. And as for this one, we want Shift Alt C, and we don't want the copy location. So the dumped track, we need to update this to the handle in the middle, I guess. Yeah, because it has some orientation, so we're gonna armature, get this one. So it does something like that. The handle is not free to move, but we do from the tweaker. Yeah, that seems to be good enough. And same here, we're gonna change the target. And of course, this one is because they are facing in this direction. So this is the Y, and the other one is the negative Y. And there have some variation that depends on what we... Yeah, so this is this. Just a minute follow-up, right? Looks like we have some wrong parentings here. Tweak I key eyelid top. What is this? Okay, then we're gonna copy these bound constraints for automation after I verify what they do, but they are for the... Yeah, a lot of them, they will automate, for example, in relation to the eye holes. If we tweak the eye holes, the eyelids will move. They will automate because of a certain like, right? And same here. And there might be other automation. I think it's just essentially these ones. Main eye top. This is on the control rig. You have to add this stuff. These tweakers we already have. And they are also bound constraints, so we can actually get these updates here that I forgot. So it's like this will copy this. This will copy this, and this will copy this, and then this will copy this. Yeah, from the bottom as well. Hard to catch this one. And finally, this will... Yeah, oh yeah, there's a last one, of course. Yeah, I'm not sure they copied all, but then we're gonna verify all this later. So right now the bone constraints are not important. It's just important that we have managed to copy everything. We'll do all in a single round later on. So deform eyelids. And they are free, and they can be manipulated by other bones higher in the hierarchy as well. Oh yes, this one don't have automators, but that's fine. They are meant to be offset anyways. We don't want, they are too special, right? We don't want stuff to be posing them. They will cause wreak havoc, so they are in a parallel universe. Okay, now that this have been developed, it will be good if we could at least create the bones for these targets. Okay, I have a shrink wrap. Do I need a shrink wrap for this one? Shrink wrap face upper. Not sure we need this at this point. Shrink wrap eyeballs. Shrink wrap face upper. Yeah, they are different. I see. I see why two of them. If on these bones too, they don't really need shrink wrap. But when they go inside, it's not good. So proxy face and eyeball. There's some problem here that I don't see well, but yeah, just copy to, no. Okay, hold Alt and hold Alt. There we go. So it's outside and outside. Yeah, so they won't move accidentally into the eye, but they are not the deformed bones, but they will help. This will help the setup. What is this other bone concern? Shrink wrap eye surface? Why doesn't it have the same of the... Okay, then let's just copy. Select constraint, shrink wrap eyeballs. Now there's something confusing me here. Targets are wrong. Face, yeah, just face. Okay, let's do one by one here. So first eyeballs, it's correct, and then face. Delete, delete, and control. Selected constraints, this and this, and done. Right. Now the targets of the other bone constraints. So this is a master eye, main eye, yeah, so not master eye. So buff eye hole. We don't have this, so probably this is, it's a full copy. We don't want, I see, no, I don't see. So we'll see later. So here just need to update main eye top left. We need something like this. We need to find that bone constraint. Sorry, changing the soundtrack. Mass Effect soundtrack. So here this control rig is here, control face, right? So the bone that I'm looking for is the control main upper eye top. Yes, it's this one. Yeah, eyelid top. Now, there's another automator. Eyelid top, eyelid top. Why this doesn't have this? Maybe it's deprecated. Okay, so there is another bone that I'm missing. I thought it would be this. Master control mechanism. Okay, so there's the buffers. Main eye top. Okay, so this one is for the eye hole and the eyelids, and this is lower hierarchy, just the, okay, there it is. So have this very confusing stuff here. Also, I think we are missing one even. No, it is here. So we're gonna destroy these custom shapes because they are causing confusion. All right, these bones, we need them. They are probably don't get any, no, even them, they have bone constraints to the control eyeball. Okay, so the control eyeball is this one. It controls them. All right, so they move everything, sort of. So what we need to do first is to recreate these bones in the hierarchy, and How are we gonna handle that? Yeah, we need this, then we need edit mode, and then we can add a bone in this bone layer. Yes. Then we're just gonna align this bone to this. Main eye top, right? And then okay, we will give them a yellow color. We're gonna give them something to remember for now. These crazy shapes. Then we're gonna make another duplicate of this thing. It'll be like tweakers. Control F2. So instead of eyelid, I'll be this one. No, it's just a tweaker. It's this position here. And this one, they could be sharing the same positions actually. That maybe will be simpler. Alright, so I got this. Now we can address yeah, we need this. And this. Although this is very confused, this is enough to work with. I think there's something in the deformed skeleton that I want to be on the eyes. Yeah. Let's move this to eyes. And also move these two to eyes. There we go. Shift G, shape. No, shape doesn't help. One bone has disappeared. There we go. Okay, so let's hide this for a moment and let's clean this up. Okay, finally. So now we need to get to see the, so this one is the bigger hierarchy. Main eye top. So what we do with this is that it is parent to deform head. So we're gonna parent it to the mechanism, yeah, head. So probably same here. This one I think is the same. Yeah, the same thing. The same thing. So this and this, all this is parented to the same copy to selected. There we go. Next, this one. Yeah, I could also get a shape for this. Control Shift V. Control Shift V, Control Shift V. Yeah, that should be enough. It's a shortcut for copy, auto select, something like that. Now we have to do some automation here. Start with the bigger one. This is actually for eye holes, right? So you can use this one here, I guess. Yeah, it will be okay. No bone constraint. Okay, just a custom shape then. This is hard to find. This is why widget add-on, the free version, is good for particularly shaping these ones. Okay, then as for this one, no bone constraint, we need to Control Shift V, Control Shift V, Control Shift V, all this. Okay, this for now. So then we have these ones. Eyelid top. Nothing manipulates it. Strange. Maybe I deleted the... Well, there is a bone constraint here. Alright, so this one is what we need to copy, hence. So this and this, and then we just need to change the target here. And also here. Yeah, I see the message. Hold on. Armature and armature here. There we go. Now if we hide this madness, rigging always finds a way to pop up a new problem. Totally. Yeah. It's always, the more we try, the more there are problems. It's an infinite, it's a labyrinth, right? It's the rabbit hole. So it's why a project of rigging a character, for example, it needs some clear goal as possible, especially in a production. Of course, if you have people that know about production pipelines and all that in 3DR, then of course they can give some insight and of course orientation, but there's a big chance to get lost in the labyrinth. So for me, there are so many things to tweak that I've decided at some point to make a list of stuff, and I have a list of stuff here. A lot of those things are already fixed, by the way. I'm making a revision, and some things here are, yeah, so you see there's extended list, but you see, let's say pick something random here. Lower face rig, universe sonic melt rig setup, preserve volume dual quaternion skinning method for extra armature modifier. Yeah, I have this, I just need to re-update it. Yeah, so this will be some other things to delete. Let's see, attempt purse helper. Now I have bendy bones on the, instead of regular deformed bones for the lips. So all this is actually, many of these things might have changed here, and maybe you can dump most things. A little problem in the tongue rig that I wasn't able to figure out yet. I tried to simplify the tongue rig. Body rig, then yeah, whatever. So those things is just remembering things that I might forget, because essentially I'm finding the problems as I'm doing here. And then if I find some problem, maybe I don't want to tweak it, so I take a note in some extras. So that is important. So lots of things on that list are this kind of problems that I couldn't find an immediate solution to, or it's time consuming to find a solution to. So okay, so here we have this bone of the new armature object. We need to update interesting. I've changed the wrong armature here. It's actually this bone here. There's a fake parenting bone constraint. It makes pivotal rotation, just like the offset parenting. This one is already developed, so then now if this controls something, they're not controlling anything yet. They move with the eyeball. Good. So that's all we needed here. I'm finding weird that these bones don't have any automation, because they are not even parented to Okay, let's see. Face. Yeah, this parent is deformed head as well, so it could follow. Yeah, maybe I've made on purpose. Yeah, so it's a special tweaker. Not sure this is a great idea, but sometimes you, when doing these automations, what do you want? Proportional posing, I call it. There are so many things that might be good that it's difficult sometimes to decide what automate what's, right? So the ideal would be that we have a proportional posing option for pose mode for bones. Then we won't need to do this some automations. Very typical to see this on facial rig. Okay. This is done, but we need to now go back to the control rig of the eyelids and eye holes and find this the bone constraints on these bones that we need to update. So let's start from, yeah, let's also change the colors here first. We'll give some so this is not a color that, yeah, we could use tweakers for that. We're gonna use this yeah, we're gonna use this color here for now. Let's just use the eye holes and the eyes. This is eyeball. Yeah, it can be this. Strangely, these are not getting symmetrized. Alright, so this one has bone constraints. No, no bone constraints. This was for the buffer bone, maximum for the eye hole. Yeah, because just a tweak. So we dump that. We can dump these ones. Yeah, we can't batch this. Okay, then we need to re-enable this these setups here. Target. proxy, copy to selected, target eyeballs, copy to selected, copy to selected. What's going on here? Okay, we have some glitching. Eyebrow, gonna address that later. Base, yeah, here gonna have to do this manually. There's some dependency cycle, but it's not a problem. You just need to fix those stuff. But I'm focused on these ones first. Oh yeah, this should also copy. Yeah, so depends actually what's causing this. Shrink wrapping probably is causing it. Now that they have all the same names, let's just disable this. Yeah, the shrink wrapping was causing it, but we're gonna see what's going on there. Alright, so this has this copy transforms master eye, so this is the eye top. Yeah, so this is actually the big one, right? Yeah, the big one is the one that has this. Okay, so it's the custom shape that I need. Yeah, so main eye armature, that updated. I need also to update here. That seems that okay, here the automation. Great. Then next armature. Yeah, let's copy the whole name here. Are you thirsty? I need a beer after this clicking and typing. I'd like to have a beer, but today I haven't even... Yeah, missing some food as well. Little accident with the food that I've cooked yesterday. I left outside cooling for hours. Now I have to do all again. I'm gonna dump all that food. I have to make more food, so I'm just eating some fruits. Meanwhile, at some point I'll have to. Yeah, a beer would be great, but it's too late. Not today. um, that sucks. Yeah, but it's okay. I can survive. Yeah, sure. Uh, well, see us in a moment. So here, let's see how to continue here. Oh yeah, this one wasn't updated. It's good to double check those things in the very end. The dependency cycle might be happen because of some shrink wrapping features. Or actually maybe some wrong bone constraints. Yeah, probably the bone constraints that are crossing armatures here. Oh yeah, this is a different target. It's already there. The reason why some are fake parenting and others are just like this is that the pivoting is different. This will pivot in place because it has this setup, simpler setup, and this one will pivot like a soft parenting relation, parenting offset. It's moving like ballistically, but a lower influence. So it's a fake parenting with influence. And so this, I don't want it to pivot like this one, and vice versa. So this can be developed like this. Yeah, so this area is dangerous to move. This is why there is no automation for this main eye top. Here you get this. This is another of this fake parenting. So it will make a ballistic rotation of this bone here. Very subtle, but it will do. Yeah, you see how if it is pivoting in place, in this case I didn't like, so it's like what works better, right? And here I wanted this one to be budging because it's not on the side. It has to do with the character, the shape of the eye on the rest. Typical. Okay, this one is already set. And I think we've made also for this one. Yeah, so this one won't pivot. So same reason why maybe this one doesn't. Now this one is custom space. Yeah, so it's very arbitrary. It's really depend on a lot of stuff. Yes, this one doesn't pivot. It pivots on its own position. Yeah. All right, so this took a while, but this has figured out. So we got some improvements thanks to all this. Some cleanup, so you can resymmetrize all this. So these ones, main eyelid top and main eyelid bot, we can also do something about them. They already have oh yeah, why this doesn't carry these ones? Yeah, I'll have to revise this choice, but it's not the moment for that. The moment now is because this can take more time to solve. Depends on the mood of the day, what we prefer. There's not a rule here for this automations. So for example, here I would like to yeah, maybe this joint should be closer here to the... Yeah, I don't like the way this joint is. Yeah, this needs to be more in the... about here, right? Okay. So something, just displacement. These are maybe of the vertex group, so it's time consuming. I might have to address that as a whole. So all right, so the next step is the eyelids automation in relation to not this but this. So I have already some copied bone constraints. So I think we already addressed these spring crabs. And we need to update this stuff. So apparently here copy transforms main eye. So this is main eye top, so it's the same. Idea. Main tweaker. What is that? Okay, let's start. Okay, so indeed there is an automation suggested. Yeah, we want this main eye top indeed to be able to grab this. However, I think there's some cross. We can simplify this. Oh, I see why I want that. It's because if we're posing the eye hole, these tweakers, we don't want to affect the eyelids. Like, imagine I have the perfect pose for the eyelid. I don't want to tweak the eye hole and affect the lower hierarchy, the eyelid. So this is why they are not directly bone constraints to the eyelids, eye holes, these ones. Orbicularis oculi muscles, but this main one, it will budge everything, like it will, so it's a jump of hierarchy of our feature, rig feature. So we could automate, but then this will be a constant. So every time we budge this will move a little. This might not be adequate because sometimes we want this to move without this one to move. We can always move them at the same time, or to a major approach, use this. So this is the what makes this so tricky. Have a good stream. Oh, thanks. Yes, I gotta go for now. Thanks for watching the conversation. See ya around, bro. So, Creolith. Yeah, I've been streaming this every day, so good luck on your projects of rigging and beyond. Have a good stream. Yeah, have a nice weekend. Alright, so we can... This is why we need this main here. However, what we could do instead is to simplify this and say that, okay, this will be the... Like, why this doesn't have this... Right, so... Okay, so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna change this and we're gonna use this one instead. And we're gonna actually do something different here. We're gonna take off this. I think this should be okay. Maybe. Wouldn't that be causing double transforms regarding this thing? Maybe, I'm unsure. Anyways. Then we're gonna bring this one here. For the top eyelid. Yeah, this is moving. Could be a more stronger influence. Main tweaker. Yeah, so this is the... Looks like there's a strange event there. Well, there are other bone constraints that might be eyelid top. Okay, let's delete this one. And this one is for the... we don't want this automation here. So this we can probably do a copy transforms, then we're gonna before original, of course. Still not behavior the way I want. Okay, whatever. That's acceptable. We could also try to try this instead. Yeah, this also works. But we have some weird motion. We have to investigate what's that. Could be those shrink wrapping stuff. No. Okay, let's disable this for a moment. Still happens. Yeah, maybe it's just this one that has a lot of junk here. Tweak corner out, tweak corner out. I don't remember this. Let's delete. Main eyelid top. Main eyelid top. Yes. So let's update this. Okay, so there is a strange behavior that I need to check. This is not natural. It's not shrink wrapping stuff. Could be the dumped tracks. Well, there is some weird glitching delay, but yeah, looks like it's a dumped track adaptation and perhaps something else, but we see better when we move here. Let's check this again. Now there's still this weird delay, but it gets worse with this. Or not, unsure. We could dump this bone, however. It certainly relates to the inverse kinematics, or maybe some of the certainly not because of these names. Alright, good. We can already change, update these ones. Yeah, probably the interaction of the I key chain It's glitchy. So is it because of these automations? We're gonna try to make a test here. Now this happens anyways. Yeah, it happens anyway. So maybe there's something bad in the... Maybe this setup is not meant to exist. There could be dependency cycles, but right now my other setup didn't have, so would I need to unparent this maybe? Let's try. Yeah, it seems that an unnecessary parenting for so yeah, some... But then if we don't parent, we need to do something else for this thing, right? So of course we need to probably use a... Okay, we can change the parent to the tweaker then. No, it returns to happen. So maybe directly to here. Also not. Then maybe need just a copy location. Now then it returns to happen. Alright, so maybe all this setup have to return to the original with buffer bones. I don't remember this thing. Yeah, there's probably something going crazy here. Sadly. Something to investigate. But I'm so close to get the next one. Maybe there's a solution for this yet to be found. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna continue here despite the odds. And then we're gonna fix... okay, we have this automation here. We're gonna reparent the way it was connected, and this one probably to here. Keep offset. Yeah, we're gonna just do this for now. We're gonna reproduce this eyelid setup to the bottom. So what we need to be careful is that we need to re-give these names here, exactly these names to these bones, so they steal the waves. And now we can make these adjustments. So for all the rest, whichever is top becomes bot, and destroy all the stuff there, excessive. Yes, on the head. I need to change this to bot and copy to selected. This copy transforms. We don't want. We need to adapt the dumped track here. Don't need the copy location. No, what I'm doing. This is old. Just copy this value here. Because the mesh is the same, right? It's just a different armature object, so the positionings are matching. So it's just a question of readapting here. And here this was... Yeah, this time this didn't got wrong. Yeah, we got all working here. But we don't have key stretching. No, we have. Oh, of course, this controls these ones. This can have key stretch. Good. Then we need to... Did we do the key stretch for these ones as well? No, we didn't. So let's... also add key stretch to these ones. So now it's just the orientations, I guess, unless there is something else I'm forgetting. I think there's nothing else, no extra bone constraints. Yeah, it's just they are exactly on the joints. We just need to align this stuff, I guess. Looks like I have a duplicate thing. Yeah, let's reduce some orientations here. Yeah, something like that. Should work. Okay, so you get all this on one side, and the other side we can immediately symmetrize here. Something is pushing this thing down. The other side is not moved because we don't have the... Yeah, I think I know what is this. We haven't symmetrized these ones. In principle, this dump at track, this little twitch here, it's normal, and all the rest seems to be in place. So this is as it is supposed to be. It's very bad to look at the bones like this. So we need probably to make them smaller later. But for the building blocks, building stage, that is sufficient. I'd like to find some better custom shape that will make it different from this. I just don't have a clear idea right now. Oh yes, these automations we need to address. Did you address the automations for these ones adequately? Adequatedly, I think we... No, we didn't touch this once. Yeah, I need to reposition we'll need to reposition the joint closer to the center, to the left, to the center. Yeah, closer to here. So otherwise we won't have the easy expression here that we want. With subdivision, so modifier is better to look at the final results. Yeah, it needs some serious adjustments, but the technical aspect here of the reproduction of the skeleton is done. But I need to address the I need to check if those things were or not dependency cycles. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna close Blender and reopen. I'm gonna look at the window console. And let's see. Oh, no dependency cycles. All right, so it's a glitch then. Oh yeah, okay. Though it remembers me something I've been through already. So some kind of glitches which occur due to the inverse kinematics bound constraint. Ah, yes, I know. Let's see. Maybe there will be some dependency cycles here. Yes, there are. So what's happening is that, yes, so trick key, yes. Apparently I totally forgot that we cannot or should not I hold, yeah, so let's see, it appears after repose. So yeah, it's all, they start to repeat themselves. It solves itself, but it creates this problem. So I think the problem here is very simple. It's hard to read this thing, but eyelid top, bone segment constraints. Mechanisms, there are something about the mechanism. No, so it says the deform, is the deform eyelid, deform probably eye hole. Yeah, so because the higher hierarchy is the mechanism. So it's the problem arises in the, it could be related to the tricks, but I think the problem is the, they never mentioned them, which is curious. Okay, so we're gonna try something very simple here. We're gonna make an iteration for that. We're gonna so there's a chain length here that is big, so we're gonna destroy this. So there's no more I key bone constraint in this thing. Although, now this is interesting. Although it still respond to auto IQ option. So actually this is very interesting. Of course, we would displace everything, but then comes the idea of the unparented. Yes, we could do something like that. All right, but what I want to see if this will be sufficient to take off the dependency cycles that we found. So in principle, we could select all these actually, just to make sure, and shift Control Alt C, take off all the bond constraint. Okay, I'm gonna save as. check. Gonna immediately delete this after. And now in principle, if I do some posing here, we'll be able to see if the thing still occurs. Sims looks like there's some weird stuff happening. Yes, so okay, so this is not necessarily something about the big inverse kinematics, proxy geometry, phase geometry, well, shrink. There are some shrink wrapping things, but they form my whole I key solve. Yeah, there's some I key problem with I key pose. It's meeting, of course, some deform, okay, and then it meets the tweak. And there are some other probably shrink wrap that I maybe it's less relevant. Can just take off all the shrink wrap that does this. Like, yeah, it will be hard to batch delete them now. So what we can do is indeed when I move this what is this parented to? The mechanism I key hole. Okay, why this should pose any problem? Tweak I key. Also involved. Okay, I'll have to address that later, but we are tracking the problem. Folks, I've been in this for too long already, so gotta be back maybe today later or other adjustments. But anyways, probably continue in the weekend. Thanks for watching. Take care and happy blend. Have a nice week. Good luck on your projects. And hope that was